light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Savy's world, a pixel dream, colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Ride the rails through the light, express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet, every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands, bright horizons, tech and sound, magic voyage all around. 8-bit journey, pride and bold, Savy story to be told. Digital heart full of pride, in this world she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day.
Welcome aboard, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely day so far. How are y'all doing, everyone? Y'all doing good today? I see that we have a couple of people around. I hope you're all having a good day. It's been a while since we've been on Final Fantasy XIV. And I look forward to playing through the new story content that just released today. And you know what? Let's just get straight to the game scene. There we go. But yeah, I'm just clearing out my inventory a bit. I was working on my crafting a little bit before stream. Got the culinary note to 60 just a moment ago. We have the fish are getting close there. Oh, not the fish is also at 60. So yeah, just doing some inventory maintenance, I guess you could say. Just trying to get rid of the stuff that we don't need anymore. Anyway, so Final Fantasy XIV just had an update with this day. Let us head over to Mission 9 over in the new areas. This way we can get some nice chill music. Okay. Yes, nice chill music here, chat. Anyway, so with today's update, it was actually a neat thing that was done. Now let's see, any of the glamour plate will says. Okay, so the neat thing that was done with today's one of the neat things, which is probably one of the best things that has ever come to the game. We can now glamour anything. So keep in mind, these pants, for example, they require a tanking job. These pants being the little stockings here, as well as the little shorts. I think the shorts are included on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Previously, the way it was that you had to be those jobs to use some of those items. But let's go to a job where we have no progress in it at all. Like a Lancer. My glamour hasn't changed. Of course, I've already applied it to the items here. But I'm wearing some of the tanking outfit and some of the tanking gear on the DPS. And this is a level 1 job that I just swapped to. These pants require level 80. So they removed the restriction on level and the job. So now you can wear anything basically. Now I did play around a bit. There is one restriction still. The restriction is it involves the weapons. With the weapons, you can only glamour them into other weapons of the same type. So you can only glamour like in the example here of the Lancer / Dragoon. I'll only be able to glamour my weapon into other spears, or other spears, halberds, whatever, that are usable by Lancers or Dragoons. I can't swap this for a white mage outfit, or rather, I can't swap this for a white mage staff. But I could wear a white mage robe while wielding the staff. Well, no, not staff, not the staff. But if I had the white mage robes, I could glamour into the white mage robes and stab people with my spear as a Dragoon. So that's the only restriction that's there, is the weapons can only be glamored into other weapons of the same job, basically. Meaning gunbreakers could only glamour their gunblades into gunblades. The warriors could only glamour their axes into axes. The guns for the Machinist, you can only be glamored into other guns. You get the idea. But otherwise, we can wear anything we want now. And that's actually awesome. Also, give me a little moment here. I'm going to get myself some food. So I'm sorry to have to do this so early. Anyway, let's put on the auto cam. But yeah, I will be right back so that I can get my food started. I'm going to be making a quick thing. Basically just a microwave rice meal. Anyways, be right back, chat. I get you. I'm not back yet, but for those of you that are new, and for those of you that have been here but may have forgotten, usually when I have the auto cam on like this, that pretty much means I'm AFK for one reason or another. Anyways, the food's almost ready. So yeah, be right back. Hey, I'm coming back in now. I'm sorry about that. I'm still used to having my food and such ready by the normal stream time and not the earliest stream times like this. But as I got my food, Now, story-wise, from what we understand, at least I'm trying to recap what I can remember from the last time we did the story. Oh, hi, Peaches. Please don't be annoying tonight. But yeah, last time, I believe Sheen has come to accept that she's basically in the future now. And in a attempt to stop Calyx from basically going through with this plan to I guess make an army of endless, I guess, to keep Calyx from going through with that in the worst possible way. We went after him. We were unable to find him until we finally managed to. I think we managed to. We cornered him in the missile terminal. And so we made our way up the missile terminal to try to find him. Now, to our knowledge, I believe the Warrior of Light and crew believed they defeated Calyx. But Calyx managed to get away at just the last exact moment. So right before the final blow set the terminal, shutting it down. Calyx managed to copy his data and escape. But as far as the Warrior Light and crew know, he's gone. I guess this is the start over here. Now, what we do know from a meta point of view is that Calyx survived. And he's apparently working with some Asians. And they're calling themselves the Winterers now. I wonder who these Winterers are. Anyway, so our plans for tonight, we're gonna be doing the MSQ. I have a feeling that we're gonna have to do some grinding because, I'm not sure if I need to level the item level requirement for the dungeon. I think it needs 745. And I'm very close to getting that. So if you come up to that roadblock, what we'll do then is we will start working on the second tier of the Arcadian, because I have yet to do that. And that'll get us some more that'll get us some more the tombstones that we need. Sticky has tombstones, they have changed as well. Yes, the limited one. Now the global one. Or rather, the unlimited one, rather. The poetics remain the global. But yeah, we got a new limited one right here. Oh yeah, this is the previous unlimited one. I had like around 300 of them. And we were able to get that exchange for some of these. So yeah, if you end up hitting that item level roadblock, I will look into trying to get some additional items from additional sources. Anyways, let us start with tonight's MSQ for 7.4 Into the Mist. With the winds. Also, hold on. I need to find where, Okay. So some of you will also see it that have a little image in the bottom left there. Basically, that's to help block out the chat box. Thankfully, there's nothing there at the moment. But just in case I have it like this. Just in case. Because you can't control what other people say in a game. And right now, my method of not having it shown is not working at the moment. But yeah. I will turn that little plus card off whenever we get into like cutscenes lyric. Now for the sections that are voiced, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let the game proceed. But for the sections that are not voiced, I will be reading them out loud. I cannot really do characters that well with how my voice changer is set up. But yeah, anyways, let's get to this. With the wins, Alpha now has something he wishes to tell you.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calyx be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did. That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace.
And you know what? That's actually a good idea. Because Lanoska, Olda, Gridania, Ishtar, Dromo, the Far East, the Near East even. All those nations have no idea about the appearance of Alexandria. Alexandria literally just poofed into existence. It was an attempt to merge their world with the source, in which part of the Alexandrian landscape merged onto the source's landscape of the Theris. Hence why there's that big dome of lightning and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know if the other nations are actually aware of the existence of Alexandria yet. But yeah, let's continue.
Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calyx's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again. Of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
You could have let me know in time to see you off, man.
And pull you away from more important business. Perish the thought. Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive. He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
That boy. We should make for the harbor ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
You know what, chat? I actually watched the video the other day ago during my break. That actually makes a lot of sense. And it would explain some of the weirdness that we've encountered with the story that is with Doncho. And that video was basically a theory that Wuklama wasn't supposed to exist. Then what she was like a last-minute addition. And so when you think of it from the prospect of how Doncho's story was supposed to involve Kona more, like instead of it being Wuklama, it's gonna be Kona. Given what his goal is already, when you try to think of how the story would have been had Kona been the one that we've been traveling with all this time, the story for Doncho makes a bit more sense. And then the stuff with Alexandria here would have been the proper arc for his development. But he doesn't really have that much development. Unfortunately, because of that, whatever this last-minute change may have been. And I'm talking about the one that was to add Wuklama to the game.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for Eunice.
I have several ideas as it happens.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share.
Alright, so they're studying this key that they have. This key is basically the one of the ways to travel to different worlds. And it was actually thanks to that key, I think, for why part of Alexandria has appeared on Etheris. Or rather, not just Alexandria, but part of Ninth, really. And there's also an Alexandrian portal that's in southern Tyrell. I forget the name of the area, but it was at the end of that cenote place. The one that was basically the mass grave of the two-headed Mamuljas. Over there, at the very end of the dungeon, you can see it's getting a high tech for some reason. And that's because there's a Alexandrian portal there that links to living memory, which the natives on this side of the portal have called it the Golden City. Which, by the way, at the end of the last story bit, they were actually able to reactivate the Golden City, and it has like a natural skybox and all that. It still looks amazing at night.
Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
The back room, huh? Okay, I guess we're going to the back room. That is actually a reason why I decided to stream earlier than 6 for this game. And that's because each leg takes about 4 to 5 hours to do, at least for me anyways, I've found. And since my normal stream time is like around 4 hours roughly, there's no reason for me to split the whole story segment. Also, it's getting close to to Christmas. I have a holiday outfit too. You know what? We're gonna wear it for this segment. Why did I default to no? It comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I would feel rather if the rest should all go at once. It feels like an age since we last met here. Technically it has been, it's been like 3 months. Yeah, as ever, Alpha, no? I do hope he has thought this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. She may know full well that no amount of complaint will dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't still give him an earful. I'm told that Shell is the new leader of Oblivion. There is none better suited to carrying on Kakula's and Geode's legacy. You know? That makes sense! She was basically the left hand. She was the left hand of Oblivion. With Geode being the right hand. And Kakula being the dead head. But no, Savy. Came out and he brought an entourage along to simply say hello. That eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there I thought you would put us against being parted from your work. Well, I'm curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place. The majority of the files you've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers today. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then shall we depart for Tulioli forthwith? Even Lamity's strength has its limits. Without further delay then. Also, for those that are new to watching me playing Final Fantasy XIV, I just, for whatever reason, I just can't, bring myself around to being able to pronounce Tuliolo's, did I even say it right that time? I was very close that time, but I just can't bring myself to constantly pronounce it correctly. So instead, I just act as if it's like a ravioli spaghetti. I call it Tulioli. I mean, it's the best way for me to get through with it. And I was in Tuliola the earlier today, as well as for the past couple of days. And I still love the music, but it still feels out of place for me. I believe we're heading there now anyways. just so that you guys can hear the music, we're just gonna run there. It's good music, I love it. It's one of my favorite themes in the game. And it's all because it's like 1920s swing jazz. And the nighttime theme is just a more smooth jazz version of it. But yeah, this is a city based off of Latin America. Specifically in the area where Brazil is. There's Aztec influence. Based on how the city looks, you would not expect this type of music. Yep, the music is here. Despite her protestation, I doubt Alice will keep us waiting too long. What sort of taco should I do on the way back, do you think? The umbrella is too tantalizing to ignore. Ralph seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he is contemplating a prayer to Limley and Limlayan. Can I try to pronounce this correctly? Limlayan? I think that's how it is. For their safe passage. Oh my god, that person has a Nixie. Wish we had some of this sea breeze inside a dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Tolioli is a delight to look upon. The hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Kona and Galoja were able to make it, but both send their regards. Oh, Lumakota and Galoja couldn't join in, though. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alphina and Alice were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance of the Link Pearl. Some people we know would have burst out of the crate mid-holidays. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. And we shall wait here too. Look at all these outfits.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects then?
Oh no, I don't want to skip.
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Galulja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies.
That's
And
good, actually.
Galosha's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen.
Wait, did it show me my current outfit?
It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyola. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
By the way, the 11 sickness is kind of similar to what was going on with Norvrid. Because basically, the 11 sickness is just an influx of lightning ether. And because there was so much, it was unbalancing whoever it affected. To the point where they were like sick and whatnot and couldn't do anything. Over in Northrend, it was the same thing, just with the light instead.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Uklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world.
And then we headed to
To see
Miracidia.
what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Hey, it's a goopy.
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Safe journey, and remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Now, I did want to say one thing, which I'm going to wait until after the next text box. But, there's a reason why they're using small ships. But that's because the actual transport is somewhere offshore. So they're using smaller ships like this to ferry the goods and the passengers to those bigger ships.
Come back soon!
Take care!
And the reason why the big ships can't come in this far inshore is because of the
That was a
reefs.
proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tuliyola. I'll give you the grand tour. guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural.
Not yet, there's still stuff for me to do.
I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aha! Power resolve spotted!
The Landsguard is looking for you. It's sparring time.
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
Hopefully we don't have to, go around with her for this segment of the story.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
This says into the mist behind me. I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. Kaku would be glad too. For our many meetings and partings, we have few enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. So it's pleasant to take the time for it. Though I delight in companionship, solo journeys do have their appeal, and travel by sea is relaxing. With Alice and Alphinaud spreading word of Alexandria, we shall soon have the chance to establish relations with other nations. I must make ready to treat with their leaders. Now here's the interesting thing with that. Out of all the nations that are currently, that we've encountered anyways on the source here, on Atheris, the most powerful nation before Dawntrail that we were really aware of, that was still around at the time, was Galamol, but thanks to Endwalker, they're kind of in ruin. But now, Alexandria came out of nowhere, effectively. They have a fleet of airships, of high-tech airships at that. And we've seen what they could do to Tulioli here. They even have a lot of troops. So I think Alexandria is probably the most powerful nation on affairs at this point in the story. At least from what we've encountered, they are like on par with the lag. Now it's our turn to take our next step. The question is in what direction, and what is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Through the thunder, Krell has a proposal to make. If I may, I think it's prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. we are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue.
Tis truly a beautiful place to roll.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world. The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality.
Yeah, because Alexandria wasn't as advanced at the time that year the Queen last, like it is now.
And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation.
And was it Lindblom that caused the storm surge? I'm pretty sure it was Lindblom that caused the storm surge. At least this version of Final Fantasy IX's lore. Not the actual lore from the game, where it was Alexandria that were the aggressors. In this reality, Lindblom was the aggressors this time around.
The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, it was Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone. Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond. Beyond? But we thought that was impossible.
Into the lands beyond. The first one that comes to mind is the continent that's north of the Mist Continent. If they're going to lands beyond in regards to continent, then there is a continent north of the Mist Continent that's actually connected through a, I believe it's connected through an underground tunnel. In which, when the player first goes there, oh, what was the name of the city that they first came upon? It was a small city full of dwarves. Which would be that game's version, so the Lalafell. I'm gonna assume that's probably where the Malala probably appeared. And then they made their way south through that said tunnel. In which eventually some of them did join with the Alexandria here. Oh, what was it? Was it like Monte Carlo or something? Anyways, on that continent as well, there is a big tree called the Leaflet Tree. It's that tree that was making all the mist that appeared on the Mist Continent. That tunnel just so happened to be like a, well, maybe not the tunnel itself, but, the Leaflet Tree had roots going all over the world at the time. And it was intent on spreading mist, which the purpose of that mist was to help redirect the souls to the world that the Leaflet Tree was trying to funnel them to. That being Terra. Then in Final Fantasy IX, Terra was trying to merge with Gaia, which is the world that you play on. We will get more into this when we actually go to play Final Fantasy IX. But unfortunately, that's not going to be anytime soon.
I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither
Hello,
cause
Linux.
nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Living memory remains physically in the 9th. If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent. Living memory was not transported here despite being a top Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know? If it please your majesty. will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
I wouldn't miss it for 2 routes. We get to explore
I
part of
thought
another
as
road,
much.
maybe.
Into the great unknown we go, then.
Oh, what if the next expansion actually takes place on the lands of Final Fantasy IX? Oh, that'd be kinda cool. Because the 7.4 is supposed to start laying the foundations for the next expansion. Yes, I am playing 14. You were playing 15 every Friday. Oh, nice! I plan to eventually tackle 15 on the channel. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the Ninth is limited to the Storm Surge and passing mentions of Limbo. That being the case, a foray across the Mist Continent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes anathema to life, yet man is a resilient creature. If there is a way to survive, then he will surely find it. The mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer the claim. What else hope they had useful information? Between the Aspians, the Chi, and the Malala, there is much to be learned. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Now that's settled, I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I have plenty to share for the next time we meet. Until then, I shall. Let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray to meet at Lenode Nemo. You also played the first Final Fantasy game. You think you've done a 2 Red Mage playthrough? That could work. I do plan on tackling every Final Fantasy eventually. At least for the mainline titles. We're gonna be starting in Final Fantasy II this Friday. The ones I have played on stream so far already had been this one and Final Fantasy VIII. I have most of the mainline titles. Where is Lenode now? Oh, it's in living memory, okay. But yeah, I do plan on tackling every mainline Final Fantasy title. And the next one's gonna be Final Fantasy II. Also, look at this place, chat. I just love the city. I think the way it is right now, it looks so much better compared to the way it looks when we first come here. When we first come here, the sky is like pitch black. Well, with the skyline in the background. Have I played the Final Fantasy Tactics? I played it back when it was only on the PlayStation 1. I don't remember what happened to my CD though. But I do know that they recently remastered it. And I think it was both a remaster and a remake. And I do plan on getting that. I do plan on getting it. Fun fact, Final Fantasy Tactics takes place in the same world as Final Fantasy XII. Which also takes place in the same world as Vagrant Story. I thought that was interesting. In fact, we actually had some Final Fantasy Tactics music in the game. Which I think came through Final Fantasy XIV during the Stormblood. The Alliance Raid series, and it was basically based around Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII. They got them remastered so they can play on the... Yeah! We're kinda hoping that the consoles will slowly die. They actually are dying slowly. Because the consoles these days are just becoming more and more just like PCs. To the point where there's like really no difference. So I think consoles, while they do have a purpose still, while they do have a purpose in making stuff more widely available to people, they are effectively just becoming PCs at this point. Oh, there goes wind sauce. The atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. Till my mind knows better, I still felt uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. I don't blame the Cryo. The consoles were only great because they were cheaper than PCs. Yeah, the consoles are becoming the same price as even mid-end PCs. And mid-end PCs are still fairly powerful today. In fact, with the cost of some of those consoles, they're actually getting close to the cost of like a low-end high-end PC. Like they're getting close to the lower price point for the lower price point for high-end PCs. I mean, what? The Switch is what? 700? And I mean the Switch 2. And I know that the PS5 is going for like what, 700 as well? 700 for a box of electronics. I think the Xboxes were also going for a similar price. And then you have Steam releasing the Steam Deck and the upcoming the upcoming Steam Box or whatever they're calling it. Those are like the same price as like the lower price point of high-end PCs. And they're running on Linux. So yeah, consoles are just becoming PCs at this point. Cena's found a suitable source of information, sparing you that duty for once. Oh, that's useful. Better check the consoles aren't that expensive. You can buy a cheap used laptop that has better graphics. Less than 400, damn! Yeah. Yeah, like a mid-range laptop could easily be like less than 400. At least these days anyways. I remember the last laptop I bought, which is like over a decade ago. That was like 700, I think. And it was actually a almost top of the line laptop for its time. For its time, it was almost top of the line. Unfortunately, as the age grew on it, even if I reformatted it, it just couldn't keep up with the demand for the because of its age. Like even reformatted, it was just running really slow. if Clerk hasn't made itself available to answer our question. Clerk PX0093. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkey and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension system. Thus, both lift and Leno-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. You still have your old laptop that you paid $2,500 for? Here's an Alienware 17R4 with a 1070 graphics card and a stubborn screen. Yeah! You were forced to put Linux on it because of Windows 11? Damn! Oop. I heard that Linux is actually a really good operating system these days. You just need the know-how for it. Especially since, from what I understand, it's open source. If I was to get a Linux, I would need the programs that would imitate the various protocols that Windows uses for the games. I know there's a Windows emulator just for that. So if I ever get a Linux computer, I would need that. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps living memory was never intended to function in the state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Yeah, it's practically 80% user-friendly. Yeah. Like, I heard that basically, like, in regards to, like, I guess finding your way around is more like how Windows was. Like, I know Windows was the first operating system to have the ease of access to, like, the various folders and whatnot. But I believe I've heard that Linux is basically, like, doing its own version of it, and it's either just the same, if not better. It's becoming easier to use Linux? Yeah. Not necessarily. Looks and lay-notes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? There's a practice manager so you can consult. Oh, nice! Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would Your Majesty like to appropriate it? An airship? Yeah, this gonna be a cute little airship like what we saw in the Alexandria dungeon. Yes, please, as soon as possible. With Your Majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait until it's daytime in game. Because I want to show this place during the daytime as well. But yeah, Living Memory is actually a really nice looking area. Oh, we found a texture. We found a skybox texture. Oh, that's funny. Oh, thank you for the full rumble, Patrick. Welcome aboard. The flat pack is the only one that you're probably going to need to run the terminal, but you can just copy and paste the terminal command. Oh, okay. I wish I could go on some of these rides here. Like, it'd be cool to be able to, like, actually ride on the carousel without just stepping on it. It'd be cool to ride the little zeppelin that's going around the place. But when you are familiar with Final Fantasy IX, this design right here, it should look very familiar. Was definitely one of the airbuses that were used at Lumbum. Southpack has a website so you can find all the better. Okay. I'll try to keep that in memory for when I do eventually get a Linux. Hello, Patrick. Let's see what else is over here. All right. I want to say Beacon Now District over here. I want to say that was based off of Trino, but I'm not too sure. At this point, I'm not too sure anymore. Because I know Alexandria also had its own fair share of canal streets. But I was honestly under the impression that this had been like a, that this whole area over here was like a reference to Trino. And then of course over here, I think they called down the leaf tree for some reason. No, it's something we love in Clara, the neighboring city to Bermesia. Do I watch Stranger Things? I've only seen the first season of it. I've only seen the first season. I haven't been able to, because of various, like, personal feelings with, my opinion on Netflix. I haven't had a Netflix subscription in a long time. And from what I do remember, which unfortunately is not much at this point, I don't really remember much of Stranger Things at this point. Apparently there's a water show about this too. You're talking about the merger that might do, yeah. I heard about that with Netflix buying Warner Bros. Honestly, I think that's a bad idea. Where's the water show gonna be? It has to be in here. You think any idea that goes on movie theaters is bad? Yeah, I agree. I should like movie theaters. I haven't been to one in a while. The last movie I actually remember, the last movie I actually remember going to the theaters for, I believe, was Sonic the Hedgehog. It has to be over here. You'd rather have Universal buy Warner's? I could see that being useful. But then there's the issue where Comcast would own it. Because Comcast already owns some. Comcast already owns Universal. Where the hell's the water? The water shop. Oh well, I missed it. It's still night here. Plus, you haven't been to the movie theaters for a couple of years, but your movie theater you go to is also a restaurant as well. Ooh, that's cool. You can drink beer and watch a movie. No one Universal wanted because, yeah. Okay, how long until daytime? It's 3 in the morning, road-wise. They may as well just continue then. Do I like horror movies? I like some. I'm more into like the more cheesy ones from the 80s and such. You know, like during the time when the special effects were like still like fairly cheesy, but some of them were actually pretty gruesome. So like, I come from a time where the good horror movies were like Nightmare on Elm Street, Child's Play, the original Halloween. Or rather, I was born a little bit after that time. But in regards to growing up, I grew up with those old movies. Let's just go to the hotel and which... Unfortunately, not in this game. Not in this game. Maybe for another Final Fantasy you can. But even if I was to go to a inn or a hotel in this game, it wouldn't change the real time. Because Final Fantasy XIV is a MMO. Like, all these characters here with the blue names on them, those are other players. So, even if I was to go to a hotel, it wouldn't change the time. We're just gonna have to deal with it being nighttime. Theaters made horror movies fun. Yeah! He was like the 80s and like the late 70s to early 90s. So many good movies. Sure, the very special effects may have been cheesy in some of them, but that added to the charm. that added to the movie in its own unique way. You forgot that this was an MMO? Yeah. Yeah, for the area that I'm in, you will be paying monthly to be playing it. However, there is a free-to-play option with this game. The free-to-play option lets you play up to level 70 on odd jobs available up through Stormblood. And you'll be able to play, like, what is effectively half the game for free with no time restraints. Which is actually pretty nice. You'll be able to go through the base game, the first expansion, and the second expansion. There's so many hours of content right there. Like, it took me a couple months to get through that. But yeah, you can play the game for free on a free trial account. Anyways, before we continue with this, let me check outside real fast because my roommate's expecting a big package. And I don't want that package to, like, go missing, so let me be right back. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, my roommate ordered an e-bike. But unfortunately, they're at work, so they're relying on me to basically catch it. I'm keeping an eye, or rather an ear, out open for my phone going off. Can we move this? Yeah, let's see here. The only monthly game that you would play would be Star Wars The Old Republic. Star Wars The Old Republic was actually a really interesting game in my opinion. I have played it. I played through the base game. But I stopped playing it when the first expansion came out for it. Who's my favorite superhero? I would have to say either Tony Stark as Iron Man or Bruce Wayne as Batman. And my reasoning is, they don't have superpowers, but they show that if you put the time and energy into it, given the resources at your disposal, of course, you can do more good as just an average person than even a superhero with a superpower can. Alright, continuing on with this. Testing tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. The power of money. Oh hey, look at this, it's becoming daytime. But good choices, yeah. Oh, it's not even voice acted! Wow. Is that my ship? surface purpose stood for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel your majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. You know, that makes sense because that's another thing that's taken from Final Fantasy IX. The original airship that you were supposed to get, what was it called? The original airship from Final Fantasy IX. What was it called? It was the Herald of something. It was the Herald of something. The first one got stolen. The second one crashed. The third one was given to the player. And then at some point the player swapped it with the Invincible. So since this is a replica of Savvy's airship, this would basically be this game's version of the Hilda whatever third. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. Another one of the clever little tricks that the devs for this game did was hide the actual, disappearing boy. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Oh, look at that. The Mist Continent. That crater-looking area. That must have been the original town. That must have been the original castle town of Alexandria. You think it's a little dangerous running the airship in the thunderstorm? Yeah. Doubt it is. The word Alice they gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one of the marvel of the dead. The lightning inheritance found is tame by comparison. A land where love and reigns. A sobering sight, to say the least, but I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Yeah, I think if living memory is all the way up there, and all we see down here is just a crater, basically. Yeah, this is heritage found. At least parts of it. Specifically, it's the I want to say the western area of Heritage Town. So yeah, Everkeep would be here. Let's see, the Alexandria City. Yes, again, there's no funky chat down there. The state of this reflections ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised that the Asians had no hand in the war that robbed us. That crater was once Alexandria. The boarding scale is truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Retron and the Hannish alchemist once more. Who are my celebrity crushes? Not many, if any. Yeah, what's up these questions, by the way? Seriously, like, what's up this question? Let's see, beyond the mountains, despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Crowell is determined to press on. Hello, the player. There are no stretchers, not any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Yeah, it's almost like that crater wouldn't be there if Alexandria didn't decide to teleport from one world to another. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? You know, Savy would actually know. This is her land, after all. We're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now. The closest city would be Trino, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade, and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood, so to speak. Not unlike our Red Hand. Ah, yes, Alphinaud has spoken of Red Hand before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Malala homeland, correct? Funnily enough, it was also a Trino where that Malala first found a home in our world. Truly. Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continued to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Quick PX0093, is this ship capable of taking us to Trino? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Trino. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, no. Thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Trino lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. If I remember correctly, this will lead down into a tunnel? I forget what they called it, but they have like they have like beasts of burden that acted as trans, basically. In which they were basically like a sort of fast travel between Alexandria and Trino. So there's actually a logistical network underground here. Of late, I spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across a wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. You just reposted your— oh, thank you! Thank you, Linux, I appreciate it. Even though I am the signal discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have seen. Also, if it hasn't occurred to anyone yet, during my playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV, Sphene is for 14's version of Garnet. Or Dagger, as he calls herself later in Final Fantasy IX. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. If it's there still. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you, still left for beast as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Oh, this is a dungeon, huh? Oh, if only I could actually just go in there. So because this is a dungeon, and I don't know, do I need the requirement for— do I need to— I don't know a requirement. Yes, I do, barely. Alloy is a party that's already selected here. So another thing that I've been doing with the Final Fantasy playthrough here, whenever we do a dungeon in this game, the first time around we will do it through the game's duty support or chest system. This way we get to see how the dungeon is, take our time going through it. We get to see how the boss fights are meant to be. Basically, it allows us to take in the surroundings. And then every time we do this dungeon afterwards, it's gonna be with players. Or if I'm working on the trust party system. So first time with NPCs, every time afterwards will be with players. Or the trust system if it supports it. Let's see what Mistwake is. I wasn't expecting the dungeon to be so early in the patch. It's a remix of the battle theme. I like that the dungeon's music is a remix of the Final Fantasy IX battle theme. Cave's Hope is a natural formation, but this, the tunnel looks to have been maintained to some degree. Hey, come on, Mr. Minions!
Holding back.
Now to go and get ready for the stream. Alright, thank you for dropping by, I appreciate it. You have a good time, alright? like this remix of the battle theme. We got worms! Ooh, those are some nasty looking worms. Oh wait, not worms, we got centipedes. I like how their intro is just them falling in. I wonder what boss is gonna be at the end here. What did they take from Final Fantasy IX? Serve as a boss for this dungeon. Wait, the Clan Caverns? This is Electro. You know, because I'm in a dungeon with NPCs, it'll be safe to show the end chat down there. I wonder what the boss music's gonna be. It's gonna be the same as the other areas? As the other boss music?
Brace yourself!
Like I wasn't sure I have their attention.
Take that!
What we have here? The Trino Catabalipus. The Catabalipus. Catabalipus, okay. I don't remember this in Final Fantasy IX. Well, it probably was there. Because yeah, I see spikes up in the ground over here. Which means this thing probably has some kind of line of sight skills that we gotta look out for. Oh. Aha, that's why. Is he gonna summon more of them? Ooh, that would have hurt if I didn't use my shield there. And that shot is called a stack marker. A mythic hood of healing. 755! I should probably farm this dungeon. For the Gyrdon, listen. Oh, it's Trino! They're at the railway, huh? Thank you for the follow on Rebel Seraph. Oh, yeah, that definitely looked like Trina. Trina was a circular city in Final Fantasy XIV. There was a central building. It was a city of aqueducts. This barrier looks cracked. Whee! Oh. Of course, the storm picks up over here. The Trino Lowlands. So yeah, this is on the outer portion of the mist content. If I remember correctly, this is the outer portion. Yeah, there's the inner portion of the Mist continent that had where the continent got its namesake. Now that I'm thinking on it, I think the airship's name that I was trying to think of earlier. I think the name of it was the Hildegard. Again, the first one got stolen, the second one crashed. I think the second one crashed anyways. Hey, if not crashed, then they get scrapped. And then the third one became the players. What boss is in there? Can I at least get an accessory out of this dungeon, please? A usable accessory?
Take that!
Okay, what do we have over here? We're almost in the city proper. I might actually hit the item level wall for this Patches trial. I don't like the look of that. I feel like those are going to come rolling down. Oh good, it didn't come rolling down. It just shattered because of lightning. Is that a horse? Enthusiast. I wonder what this town is probably going through. I think I remember this boss, but I don't remember where I fought it. Ooh.
I'll heal you.
I think I'm good here. No? No, I am. That wasn't that bad of a boss fight. That was not that bad of a boss fight. It's not much of an upgrade, but it's an upgrade. Ooh, I wonder how the Mistway gear looks. Let's see. The city is infested with monsters. What the hell happened? Hey, we got some Malolos here. Oh, they're running off. Okay. That's a Jabberwock. So I got this is Trino. I'm actually happy to know that we got to see Trino. Really want to see what the devs do when it comes to the Invincible showing up. Because even when Doncho started, I knew they were going to pull stuff from Final Fantasy IX. And one of the most iconic things that I could think of them pulling from it was the eye in the sky. It hasn't happened yet. But I would like to see what they come up with for it. And how they introduced the Invincible. You know, it also makes sense for them to have a heavy lightning influence as well. Because the first summon that you get if Final Fantasy IX is removed, Griffin, huh? A Thunder Gust Griffin. That looks more like a turkey. That's the turkey size. That Griffin's a turkey. That's not an eagle in a line. That's a turkey in a line. Look at this thing. That's a turkey. L. Okay, let's see. I think I see anyways. Wherever the lightning is arcing, that's where I gotta avoid basically. Ow! Oh, there's a cyclone there now? I don't like that. It's moving. Neat. That was a very small spot.
Brace yourself!
The turkey is down. We're getting good tonight, chat. Oh my god, I see even the Final Fantasy IX victory stain! That's awesome! Well, we didn't get that much of an upgrade, but we got something at least. Okay, so what's going on here at Trino?
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
So, the city endures. And it is in much better shape than expected.
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale.
Yeah, it does.
And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Is Trina all just lava from it?
I am Miaili, the Mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now.
We took down the turkey griffin.
Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Savy of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day.
Yeah, what kind of cryogenic state was that?
And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it has stood.
Yeah, the entire country basically teleported.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
Oops, I turned that on too early.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection? With your permission,
Then
then.
let's treat Treno and Sven catch
But
up.
before we go, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Cryo, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
You know, it's actually been a long time since I heard the music of Treno. But maybe I'll recognize it once we actually get into like the actual area of it. There's someone here named Pep Pep. It's either Pep Pep or Pep Pep. Town Hall is pretty impressive, isn't it? I bet you didn't guess that the mayor actually lives there. These days, Milali also has us using it as an emergency shelter. But the history books say it was originally an auction house. I reckon that's why it's so fancy. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that is the auction house. Yeah, that is. That is the auction house. Yeah, I remember now. part of the story of Final Fantasy IX had you go to the auction house. I forget what you were betting on, but yeah! I remember that. Oh, are we gonna see some of the Tantalus room, maybe? Like outside of what we've already seen with Oblivion. But I mean, like, the people actually like based on them. Why is this set up like a fortification? This is nice soothing music. Are you enjoying the flowers? Well, your plant doesn't always bloom, but I think letting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved these weren't trampled by the beast. It took ages to get looking this healthy. This must be Lomo. Heavens, I can smell the herbal aroma from here. None of the locals we passed appear terribly distressed, as fiends surmise incursions must be a common occurrence. The establishment barrier must be starting to fail. And the fact that the barriers are red like this. And with how the city is looking, this looks more sinister than it is. Before we, continue with the quest, I want to talk to, like, the rest of the NPCs and also work our way this way. Is that the card hole? I know Final Fantasy IX had a card game in it. That was similar to Triple Triad. What do they call it? Petromaster, I think? It is the card hole! Oh, that's great. That is great. My memory is not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Oh, I don't know you. Hello. Please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. And not only to you, of course. It's just that there's a lot of damage and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from many of the streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion, but please do. For a moment, I thought that Lawful had a beard because of how her hair is moved. Oh my god, these are so cute. They're all at full-size homes, but oh my god. We got little tiny doors just for them. That's actually adorable. is adorable. This store is for normal-sized folk like me. Well, people say taller than me. And then doors are for the Lalafell. But yeah, that's adorable seeing it like this. Ooh, what's over here? Oh, there's like a little farm here. More specifically, a ranch, but still. Here's some dodos here. Or whatever they were called in Final Fantasy IX. Oh, what's this way? Welcome, newcomer. This is our little patch of pasture right here. We raise birds mostly. They give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but more importantly, their feathers make the softest pillows. Given the state that they're in, I don't blame them for thinking that. If I had to live here, in the current conditions that we're seeing it in, I think I, too, would think that those pillows are probably the comfiest things ever. While you're passing through, you should chuck a coin in that fountain over there. It's supposed to be good luck. Journal has quite a few coin-based superstitions. Comes with the territory of being a trading point, I guess. Come to think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if the town thing was started by merchants hoping for good luck with their sales. Or maybe they were trying to scam people. So that at night when everyone's asleep, they could just go to the fountain and collect everything. Okay, well, we've explored everything here for the time being. I like the rendition of Trino. Given the state of how they're going about with the story so far. Like, once you started becoming fully aware of the Final Fantasy IX related characters and areas and such, we were able to tell early on that they took some liberties with some changing of the stories. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making a short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Oddball, I'll consider it. Before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sibless Rhapsody, everyone's for fan. You may find it You may find it the teeniest touch too sour for your taste, but it will set you off. Alright. Just tip it down your throat. Is this custom meant to raise the townfolk's spirits at their trying event? Does it serve some ritual function? He seems awfully keen on our partaking. Surely you can survive a simple beverage. Surely. It won't hurt, you have my word. But since it's your first cup, maybe don't stray too far before you drink it. Oh, and don't turn your back. For best results, you understand. Wait, what do you mean, don't turn my back? Let's see, Sibless Rhapsody. How bad could it be?
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Oh my god. I have three different emotions here. I have a nice refreshing. I have a shower. Just a shower. And then a regrettable one. Delicious. Let's see. Let's go with shower.
Got that right. Don't worry, the tingling means it's working.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studio. Nutritious, they assured me.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup Leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure. Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
You know, that's actually great. A drink that helps, I guess, expel the lightning. The lightning ether? That's actually pretty nice, actually. That must mean the drink, ether-wise, is comprised of the other elements more than it is lightning. Maybe that's why it's sour.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
I see how drinking that would be unifying, and it is impressive that they have maintained the tradition here, so far from the Malala's native land. Given its ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy can be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. I'm certain Lemul would be more than happy to offer it to them. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lemul. That was me announcing our victory earlier, and since grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste-testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm now heading this way, okay. Around the city. Lemo is not yet ready to release you to the sweet mediations of manual labor. I hope you're all having a wonderful night so far. Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind, and you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the miscontent. the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did it come from across the sea? Not exactly. It actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. Would be rude of me to doubt you. It's just... it's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that must come as something of a shock. But this is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the seeds made quite a mess this time. Might be allowed if some can step away from their work. Never fear though, even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. You would appreciate that. Thank you, Lemo. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this patch. I'll deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to areas we haven't seen yet. Like Miali, almost seems taken aback by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps the head fringe of loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more... Let's split up, wow. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives their remedy promptly. Can I each take a portion? Sure that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I too should be glad to dole out a few serving. Wonderful, let me divide this up. Savy, why don't you make rounds south the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insight. I want to see where they end up before we head south. Hi, Krala's right here. Okay. So the taste is challenging even when one was accustomed to it. And what does Raha have to say about this? If that's so, the city is remarkably self-sufficient. I wonder if I did get my little overlay to not show that specific line of text, because that's a bit low. It takes up quite a bit of the chat space. Is there a way I could actually have that and not like, can I hide users? Would be cool if I could. I may have to play around with that some. He must be one of those visitors Mo mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. Here is the Steeple's Rhapsody. The grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure, guaranteed the free weary townsfolk of the Tabor. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy? Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and chopped a good dose of discharge energy for my troubles. It brought on the 11 sickness some fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creature that finds their way in. Hilts that are highly charged in lightning ether are most liable. Tan them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beast you sell will all be put to good use. Thanks again. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you brought Cephas Rhapsody. Bless you, I'm dead on my feet after that battle. You don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one skill sharp though, so in a way I'm glad for it. And I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. That's a fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? Hello? Oh, what happened there? I just realized the Twitch side is not even on. What the heck? But 3 hours in and the Twitch side gave out? Huh. Everywhere else seems to be fine. Yeah, everywhere else is fine, but Twitch gave out. That's weird. Yeah, that is weird. Let me see if I can get that turned back on. And no one told me about it. told me that one was off. What's going on with that side? Do I have to reconnect the Twitch on my Rumble cam? What caused the Twitch side to go off? If anyone is over there on the Twitch side right now, I don't know how much you missed, but feel free to watch the VODs. They could go to YouTube or maybe even Rumble and rewind if you want to catch up. But I don't know how much you guys missed. I hope you guys didn't miss much. But it would have been nice if I was made aware of it. Yeah, I wonder how much you guys on Twitch missed. I'm proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my own brewery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants, famous with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible to find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. But yeah, I don't know how much the Twitch side missed. Because I literally just noticed now that it was off. Hello, Foxy. I don't know how much of the Twitch side missed on the stream tonight. Because I've been live for the past 3 hours. So I don't know how much of the Twitch side missed. I guess one of the things I could do is to get an idea of how far back it was. Let me just go to my channel real fast and go to past broadcasts. Really? That can't be right. Yeah, Foxy, I just turned it back on. When is... That's so weird. I wonder if I've just been on the other 4 platforms. Isn't there a time then? That's so weird. Yes, it's possible that, I was just never live on Twitch this entire time. At least until now, anyways. Yeah, so there's a possibility that the Twitch side is gonna be missing, missing like 3 hours of the stream. Meanwhile, the other platforms are perfectly fine. Twitch has a demo stream and watching one streamer that was so opted for a demo stream, which is what? I don't understand what you were trying to say there. Anyways, I'm gonna continue. Between the 3 of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from the moles. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, we shall discuss what we learned.
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Sphne's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them.
A rail system chat.
Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
I'm curious if there's anyone other than the Malala here in Treno.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, the city rises.
Send me a screenshot of new beta feature on Discord.
A noble city with noble purpose.
What? I don't get that setup. Maybe because I don't watch Twitch on my phone. Or on a tablet. I would probably understand it better if I did.
Is aught the matter, Lowell?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You have a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like...
Oh, he's some talent.
No, 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 no! She's going to kill me! Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electrope engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
That's very weird and new, but you'll catch the vote on YouTube later? Okay. Yeah, like as I said, at least since I turned the Twitch side back on, it seems that you guys may have missed the first 3 hours of the stream. So if you're gonna watch the stream from this point onwards, all you're missing is just the first 3 hours and...
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying?
What was that shirt he's wearing? That looks like a very questionable shirt underneath that jacket.
Please! I beg you! Please!
I suppose that's that then.
Seriously, chat, look at this shirt. That's a very questionable shirt. Because I can't tell if that's skin tone right there, or if that's part of the shirt. That looks like skin tone. And this is a very questioning shirt. One wonders how fearsome this Yanni truly is. Etrenosphere is similar in design to Alexandria's. Should we assume that electro technology is standard here as well? To work, Lummel is vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, Yanni should be waiting just past that part. Must be off before anyone changes their mind. Oh yeah, Jimmy, that's a very questionable shirt. It would be even more questionable if it was on a female. Seriously? Okay. I don't know then. Okay, I'm not gonna ask. Whenever we meet an engineer from some distant land, I can't help but wish to introduce them to our friends at the Ironworks. Such a firestorm of questions there would be. Lummel was sweating rather profusely. Breathe in, breathe out.
Our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker!
What is he doing?
I beg your forgiveness! I'm on my knees and everything, see?
That is such an anime way of begging forgiveness.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Access to a mine, huh?
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
I secured a piece in one fell swoop. I mean, that's kind of how we got here.
Just the one! Incredible!
So, the mine is safe for mining again? Hooray!
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrobe over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. Oh, I left that thing on. They put one in mind of another pair of siblings we know, don't they? I mean, I guess they're similar to the twin. They're definitely similar to the twins. But, like, not on the same wavelengths, though. Oh, I totally forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Carl, and this is Savy. The company logo is Gratia, our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything into working order. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up to the worst of times. I swear. I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning spikes. They're drawn to the discharged ether as the same creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lomo has managed to break it yet again, I do have this though. toss some at a spray and you can suppress its ability to sense either nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. So what, we're gonna throw dust at them? Do we need to fight them? We find it safer not to. When threatened, those certain energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to your thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I would hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood? The water split up again to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm more ready than I'll ever be. I appreciate the help. I'll be here working on the detector while you're away. I don't see any here. Through the skinny area thoroughly, using no lightning sprays. There's none here either. None here either. Oh, there's one. There's two. Lightning sprays. The time to test your tossing arm has arrived. My tossing arm. A pinch of this powder is to lightning spray as a swift kick in the head is to anyone with a hand, generally speaking. Or anyone with a head, generally speaking. Well, where did I read hand from? Let's try to reread this again. Synthetic desensitizer. A pinch of this powder is to lightning spray as a swift kick in the head is to anyone with a head, generally speaking. There we go. It's kind of neat though that whenever the creatures make their way inside the barrier, they actually make use of everything that the creature has. They effectively butcher it, they tan the creature and then butcher it. They get foods and such out of it. You're back. Were there the many sprites? Just a handful near about them. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. I have not seen any chat over here, really. I think maybe I should just stick to this tab. In her heart, Iyane seems concerned for Kyle. battle's taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She stormed off in the direction of Town Hall. Though there are several diminutive folk about, none appear to be Cryle. Perhaps one of them spotted her passing through. I was about to talk to this guy. You're looking at my love stereos. I can help it. Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? I presume you mean Cryle. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed a lightning spray till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. A bit awkward striking up a conversation after that. And it's been a while since I talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Malawi. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we're done chatting, she went off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though I wasn't sure why. Melancholy, there we go. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. She's sitting on a bench over here. Cryle, are you okay?
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear? The Source and the Ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it. Remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever.
Cryle, you grew up on the Source. While you may have came from this world, you grew up on the Source. Well, yes, this is your homeworld. But your actual home that you're most familiar with is on the Source. Home isn't where you were born.
When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The Source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents... It struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place. And the me I could have been.
And now that you have, sure, I gotta remind you guys, I love this little lighting effect.
Certain than before.
I love that lighting effect with the aura eyes ever since the Dawn Chill update. The fact that I have little halos inside of my eyes here that glow in the dark.
Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find it, I hope it'll be there. But we've kept Yana waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. You know, this music that's playing for this area, this is pretty faithful. It's pretty faithful to the original theme. At least I think this is the China theme. I think it was anyways. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax until my brother does the same. While your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So, Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Oh, that's nice.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
That's what I'm curious about too.
Alexandria. In the closing days of the Storm Surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
That's neat.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all wanted not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
I wonder if she's come to the answer that I think she's coming to. Mother used to tell stories of the Malali homeland all the time. But it was the part where the ocean froze over that always fascinated me most. The vast open sea turned to ice? Imagine. Lord Trouble, Krell is speculating as to the cause of your allies' delayed return. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get too into much trouble if he was a Rahab. But how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Milali's curiosity is sated. For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as the events involved in the keep. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seemed she knew the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Milali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Because I'm gonna go check to see if my roommate's baggage has arrived yet. Okay, I've returned. Alexandria, the kingdom past the mountains, the woman vanished. I had wondered where you lot came from, but that wasn't my first guess. Or my fifth for that matter. I wasn't certain if we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. If the Malala arrived in Trina immediately after fleeing the source, I can understand how its mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key. Particularly when that mayor is a Malala herself. I have a mind to re-establish diplomatic relations with Trina. But it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The last of these is that any travel would require passage through Tyrol. To begin with, I shall have to consult with Dawson and the Vow of Resolve.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelter. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter. The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter.
The Doom train. Train mentioned.
Train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it. I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front.
Chat, it's Doom train. The summon from Final Fantasy XIV. I was kind of wondering why it didn't appear in the Shadowbringer section. Considering Shadowbringer's got a lot of stuff from Final Fantasy VIII, especially with the Eden Raid series. But yeah, I can expect a lot of poison-related stuff with this one.
In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Treno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head-on. That's madness.
Well, no, I have to do it.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom Train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So, we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counter-offensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Ayane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
I want to see how the Alexandrian trains look.
Lomo.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
Well, it is not our nature to stand idle at a time like this. We should first consider how to best apply our individual skills. If anyone can stop a speeding whip in the war, it is Savy. But we must also recognize that posed by its company of beasts. If its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There is no telling how many will charge Treno's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Showa and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Savy, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. Oh, Jack, we're gonna take on Doom Train. That's the second train that we fought. Previously, if any of you were around when I was doing the Stormblood Raid series, the Omega ones, we fought the Phantom Train. I'm curious how this is gonna go for us. Oh, this is like a little tram thing. We're probably gonna use this to get to the cargo terminal then. I'm also a bit sad that I could just walk through it. I really could have gone without a Doom Train attack today. Oh look, that's a cute outfit. It kind of looks a little bit like a Conductor's outfit. Right, the place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Although Treno has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo is equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Bantini? Well, that's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Where we call home. Lamont was resolved to meet Doom Train head-on, but would prefer to depart before he can think about it any longer. Ready? Then our fearless operator will help you aboard. You make for Bantini with all haste. We'll have a stare in a flash, but keeping your limbs you're attached to, and would like to remain attached to, inside the vehicle. Ooh, look at that! That's a massive flat car.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom Train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it will plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Talon Rails is now accessible. Is this where the item level ball's gonna hit me? Well, let's take a look at this. A jet board up like this. That sounds... It's wide, but it's short. It's a wide, short, flat car. Then let's see, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars and the engine up ahead. I think the flat cars with the Phantom train were a little bit longer. I think they were just as wide. They were just as wide, but a little bit longer. $7.45, so yeah, I'm a bit short at the moment. I figured I was gonna hit one of these walls. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Alright, I returned. So, I gotta get some gear. I gotta get some gear and replace some of these blue items here. Like this ring, for example. Mainly the ring. And then this cloak piece. So we gotta get some tombstones here. That'll put us up 369. That'll give us another accessory. Hello, Chitin! I guess before we do that, let's check the market board. Maybe we can buy some gear. $7.45. I might need more. Cause I got a couple 740s here. It's a PNG, yeah! It's the holiday one. Okay, let's see, let's start with the ring. That's the cheapest one I can get. Cause this is gonna cost a couple million. And I don't have a couple million. This is almost enough to buy a house. For each one of these rings. Okay, what was the other piece then? Chest piece. So, ring and chest piece. That's a couple million. How does this look? Maybe that's kinda cute. That's kinda cute. With the pink stuff on it. Then what's this one? Oh, it's the same item. Well, look-wise anyways. But with more materia on it? Holy shit! Why are people able to afford this? Okay, so I'm gonna have to get some more tombstones then. You really gotta get this chest piece replaced. As well as this ring. I figured they were gonna hit this item level wall. It might have to be a case where I have to split the 7.4 MSQ into 2 streams. Let's see, how much is a ring and how much is a chest piece? Gonna beat up more trains? I'm trying to get the gear to do that. Okay, so we need 106. I think. Just to get a new ring. And a chest piece, how much was that? 825, that's gonna take a bit. I could probably get more through this. But I gotta remember this is only the first time that we do the dungeon. Or at least the duty, in this case the a random level cap one. Bit. Okay, if I do a random alliance raid, we can get 120. Which will help me. The other one I saw that was doing 120 was I thought I saw two that were doing. Oh, there it is. Okay, so these will give more poetics than they would these. So we're gonna do a level cap. Oh my god, that turtle has a golden shell. A tipping tortoise. Okay, we also gotta start doing some of the other side stuff as well to get those unlocked. I wonder if the new Monster Hunter one gives a decent amount of tombstones. So hello, Darren, how you doing? Why is yours red? Oh, okay, I see. This must be a society unlock. I swear this music, as much as I love it, oh god damn it, as much as I love this music, it's still out of place. Or rather, I feel like it's out of place. Though I hope it's not too big of a waiting line. Please don't be too big of a waiting line. I was on nice and early just so that we wouldn't have this issue. Hi, Peaches. Come on. Let me back in. Oh, I hope the thing didn't pop during that time. I wouldn't be so annoyed if it did. Because that's the only thing I could think of for why it's taking forever for it to log out. Oh boy. Let's go try to log back in, please. Oh boy. This is why I wanted to be on earlier. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to, I just continue the MSQ on another day then. It would be a different story if there wasn't that much of a queue. But today was patch day, which was the additional story being released, as well as some new contents as well, like the new dungeon which we did earlier, and the trial that we were about to do, or getting ready to do rather. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I don't know how long this key is gonna take. So I think I'm just gonna call it a night then. I started earlier so that I could avoid this long queue issue. But if it's gonna be like this, then there's... I don't know how fast that's going. But I think I'm just gonna call it a night. Thank you for coming by, everyone. I hope y'all have had a lovely night so far with us. We're gonna continue this next week. I will be playing this off stream just to get more tonestones and get my gear upgraded. But yeah. I hate when shit like that happens, especially when it was a day where the patch released and such. But yeah, I just don't know how to handle the stream for you guys when there's a long queue like that. But anyways, thank you all for being here. I'll see you all on Friday when we start Final Fantasy II. So good night,
Headpats
everyone.
for the Conductor.
Thank you for the headpats.
Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Savy's world, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Ride the rails through the light, express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet, every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands, bright horizons, tech and sound, magic voyage all around. Epic journey, pride and bold, Savy story to be told. Digital heart full of pride, in this world she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day. Revel up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way,